Good morning. Happy Friday, the 7th of November, 2025. This is Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal and live stream, which is every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500, the cash close. The idea here is everything I am watching is captured on the video, and my voiceover gives indication as to what I was thinking, which gets it onto the recording. Now, there's nothing, it's a typical stream. It's not for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to do that. So I'm not going to, but I do trade live. It's 100% transparent, and yeah, there you go. This stream is high def, so if you're not seeing that, I stream in 1440p. If you don't see it nice and sharp, do the gear on YouTube. I stream it to YouTube so that I can review the stream on any device. Remember, it's my trading journal, right? So that's pretty handy. And also it adds another layer of transparency and accountability. The premise is that I will take no trade off the stream. This is a live AMP account, AMP futures, and it's funded by me. I'm trading the micros this week because I had some drama with IRT, my charting software, last week, and I want to be sure that there's no issues. All right, let's look at the reports, huh? That's pretty important. We actually have some reports out today. That's kind of shocking, isn't it, with this government hootenanny going on back there? All these children running and skipping about DC and not doing their job. Here we are. We have the Michigan numbers out at 9 o'clock, and these are always, for some reason, only 2-star here. Excuse me, but they are market moving, trust me. And now that we're in a situation where we only have private data, because of the government shutdown, this is what we have to work with, so all eyes are focused on this stuff at the moment. Earnings is pretty well wound down now. By the way, this is investing.com, and it's free. You can filter it however you want. I like it for, it's my oldest news source. Actually, it was around way before Financial Juice was ever thought about. And I like it for screen snapping. It's nice and clear, easy, clean. Drop it in Discord or wherever, it works pretty well. And as I said, you can filter it for whatever you want. Not really much today. Hardly any. Earnings pretty much wound down. Last week we had, I think, 6 of the 7 Mag 7 reported yesterday. So, yeah, there you are. And the other news source that I use is Financial Juice, because it has a similar calendar or docket function over here. But the right side is more of a squawk box, kind of an up-to-the-minute deal. And I will say that Financial Juice is a little more responsive in getting random stuff like, Trump's going to greet the Hungarian PM at 10:30, okay? That could be a market mover, I agree, very definitely. But investing.com is illustrates or displays the scheduled real economic data, not the random risk stuff. So there we are. And let's move on immediately to the pre-market. This is the ES Mini, NQ Mini, ES Mini Micro Composite, or my high time frame chart, and this is the market profile for the ES. Let's look at what I'm trading today, which is the micro. Essentially the same. They're pretty close. I mean, here you look at the Renko chart, the values, and here we have the Renko chart, and the values pretty damn close. You know, you can't trade one against the other, but it's pretty close. Now, once again, we're in a freaking gap. We're going to get our exercise on gap rules this week and recently. We're looking at another gap. How do I determine gaps? In my world, a gap is from previous RTH close, or low, I'm sorry, right here. Previous low. And then wherever we open today in this RTH session. Remember, this is the ETH. This is the overnight still. And NASDAQ is hiding down here. So what can we determine by this generally? Well, inventory is essentially 100% short. Here's where we opened the ETH session. And if you put a line across there, these are the only trade that was above open. So all of this is negative inventory. And as I said, we're going to be undoubtedly in a gap down open. Gap rules. So expect the potential for responsive buying to take some profit and perhaps close the gap. And then gap rules will apply. This is my micro composite, as I said, for the MES, which is the micro standby. Got something in my throat there. This is my high time frame chart, essentially. RTH session only, daily bars, or candles, whatever you want to call them. Wherever price overlaps, like here and here yesterday, I draw a volume profile around them, and that's what we refer to as a micro composite volume profile. By so doing, I generate the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines, represented by these red and green lines here and these levels. These push automatically to bookmap. It also generates a micro composite VPOC, which is 6,800. You'll notice right here. And the rest of it, if you want to, there are the naked volume points of control. So we've got one down there at 6761 from yesterday. And 6,800 is the VPOC. So we'll take a look and make sure that's correct on bookmap. Now, this is a market profile. I'm sure you're familiar with that. If you're not, it's called time, price, opportunity. These are based on volume. How many times it plots a box every time price comes back across one of these price levels. That's it. This is the volume profile for the market profile chart. We're pretty much short across the board here and relatively high volume for this time of day, I think. Another thing I forgot to mention, the session prices here also push from IRT to bookmap. And let's mosey over to bookmap. So here we are at bookmap. And here is my blue boy. You see yesterday, well, I'm going to get rid of that sweeps thing. I don't like the looks of that at all. Blue boy here is it's a really, highly proprietary, very expensive indicator that I use, and it's called a vertical line. I slap this on at the opening print of each session. And it is nothing more than a visual cue for me. When I glance left, if I see that blue line, I know I have the entire session in view. That's all there is to it. Because it's really important in my trading to make sure that I have a firm understanding and, acquaintance with the context of the session. Okay, here is the dome. or the ladder or the order book or whatever you want to call it. It's level 2, obviously. It's got the resting liquidity and it's got the prices. This is the market, the micro composite. Now, what we were talking about is there's our naked volume point of control. Should be up here. We took this one out yesterday, so I'm going to... Oh, no, we did not. Did we? Now I'm all confused. I normally do all this at night. What is that? What is our naked volume point of control from yesterday? It's at 67, 61. 67, 61. Okay, let's not get too hung up here in the meantime, which is easy for me to do. And that is the naked volume point. This is kind of maybe interesting for you. And that was from the, what is this, the 6061125. That's the naked point of control. I believe this has been exercised, and what I will do here is my workflow for levels which have been revisited is to change the text to black. Obviously, this has to have been hit if this is the volume point of control, because we traded both sides of it, right? Come on. And now let's see, our 6,800 is the naked, this is the gap high, and our POC is, where do we go? It's way up here now. You see that? This is our micro composite VPOC. I didn't get these in here overnight. Spank my ass. 071125. 06. Oops. I'm all confused about my days here. There we go. All right. Now, and then on the weekend, I take out all these levels. I've also, because we're going to open in a gap down, I've already put in the previous close, which will be my gap low for today. And this one was obviously revisited. Geez, I was busy doing back testing stuff last night, and I didn't do my usual work. Sorry about that. All right, so this is the micro composite. You got it, right? This is the high and low volume node column, full session volume profile, RTH session volume profile, and why this piece of crap is reset at, man, this computer is having a real problem. Why it's reset now instead of at 8:30 when it's supposed to is, you got me. I have it set for session start. It's having a problem understanding about daylight savings rule, I guess. And I reported this bug to Bookmap. They've asked me this overnight for the log file, so I'll do that. RTH volume profile. This is a real important column. This is my notes column. The first thing I do here is change the title to the open type. Well, we've already talked about it. There's 4 open types: higher out of range, that's a gap up; higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range, gap down. How do you determine that? It's only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous close? Lower. How would it compare to the previous range? Out of range. It's below the previous low. So the name of this title changes immediately to lower out of range, gap down. I'm so excited. Not really. And then the next thing I do is clear all of the statistics and notes from yesterday, and we're going to put in new ones this morning for the associated session prices, which are here. It's really clear to understand that I don't use any indicators or any kind of complex wizardry. This is all straightforward, very simple probabilities and price data, period. Here on the heat map, there is the full session volume profile, or POC, which is kind of a muted yellow. You can see the title down there. And there's the RTH session POC. POC, point of control. It's nothing more complicated than a marker at the for the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Obviously, it can move, but that's all it is for both. There's the volume-weighted average price for the Globex and the RTH. And there's a mid for the RTH, which is way up above us. There's also a IB high and an IB low, which are these two green boys. There's the IB low. And some people get confused by that. They are nothing more complicated than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Absolutely, period. That's it. Let's look at the statistics now. They come from over here. The statistic study right here from IRT. There are the 4 open types. Here's, it graciously highlights the open type, but only after 8:30. So we expect to be open here. How does this work? It looks back at 1,600 days, typically 2,000, but anyway, 1,600. Of these days in the data set, in our sample set, we opened lower out of range, gap down 235 of those days. Of these days where we opened lower out of range, we revisited the overnight POC 74 times. Watch this. This is really complicated now. Overnight volume point of control, 74.0. That, boys and girls, is all there is to it. And then I simply go down the list. Next on the agenda is 70.2. That's the overnight low. That's a good one. 70.2. IB high. Oh, that's so far above us. We'll let's move past that. The overnight mid is 67.7. Overnight mid. Where did you go? Right there. Okay. Oops. I never do those right sometimes. And this is all there is to the statistics. Now, be sure you understand previous low is 68. There's a big one. Be sure you understand that these are probabilities. These are only statistics. This is the percentage of time of instances or occurrences where this level was revisited in a data set where we opened lower out of range, looking back over 1,600 trading days in the data. Period. Okay? But it's pretty damn handy. Overnight, our IB low is 60.4. That's right up here. And the reason I want to do this is go IB low. I want to show you that. And why did I put those initials? Because the minute we open today, this low is going to go down below price, wherever that is, down here somewhere. And the high will be above it. Won't be up here anymore, and I will wonder what the hell that was. Previous close, 41.3. Okay, now we're making some headway here. Waking up. That coffee's kicking in. Be careful. Overnight high, 31.9. Well, it's the same as the previous high. Now this is a good thing. 31.9. Okay, use your head. How will we get to 60.41 and 31.9? They're the same level. It's statistics. These are probabilities based on statistical math, not some kind of magic super thing, not some hard and fast line. This is the probability of times we revisited the overnight high in a data set, in an overall data of 1,600 days and a subset of 235 days where we opened lower out of range. That's all there is to this. Don't let anybody, I would love it if you would believe that I have a wizard's hat and a magic wand, and then for that reason you need to pay me a buttload of money every month, but come on, that's not how it works. Okay, let's move on now to something else I do every day, which is the T-Lab Snap. And that is, you ask, what the hell is that? Well, the T-Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It is started and continues to be run by a guy named Tom B. And I feel a sense of I admire what he's doing. I feel a sense of obligation to him because I enjoy the camaraderie in the room. I used to participate in there a lot, but I'm now doing my own. This stream as my virtual journal, so it requires my focus. Obviously, my goal is to be a good trader, have a successful trading business, not the top poster in some Discord chat, right? And this is what I post every day at 8:20. This gives those people in there that don't have the same kind of charting I do, or I'm not fortunate enough, that I'm fortunate to have, every level they might think about, the relationship of prices, of the sessions recently and whatever else. And I do that every morning at 8:20, and I post all of the reports every morning at around 6. So there you go. That's the T-Lab. First, let me continue. I don't recommend any other room because I haven't been to any others, even and including bookmap Discord rooms, chat, whatever they are. I went to 2 others once, and it was a typical thing. The guy was trying to sell something, the second word out of his mouth. In the T-Lab, you'll never be solicited for anything. Tom doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. And I'm sure you'll never see, verification of his account. And I'm also sure you'll never see a wrapped Lambo or a gold chain, But I believe he is what he says he is, which is a trader that's been doing this for about 46 years successfully. And there's a good crew of people in there. And it's adult. It's not like Romper Room or something like that. So if you want to mosey over there, it's a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. There you go. And now it's 8:22, and where the hell am I next? It's probably important, I guess you would agree, to be able to trade. So the way you do that on Bookmap is, the first thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel here by this button with a padlock. Then you select a method you will use to trade on the application with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place your mouse can trade is in this active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and as you might guess, both of them. The next thing I do or need to do is I select multi-brackets because that's how I trade. It's really a great tool. It puts the entire bracket into order on the minute you get filled. And it's where I apply the risk neutral methodology. Now, this is the smallest package size for risk neutral because it needs to be an even number of contracts. Boom, package size. Next thing you need to determine is the stop loss in ticks, in my case, for the entire package. The first parameter you need to look at, especially in this environment, trading environment, is your account risk tolerance. And then the volatility of the market. What instrument are you trading, etc. After this has been determined, your first risk neutral scale is automatic. It's for half of the package. Remember, I said they needed to be an even number. And it's for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. The minute you achieve this, the trade is risk neutral, and the worst possible outcome you can have is a scratch, unless you're, you know, unless you have a problem and move your stop away from entry. And then there's the target of the trade, which is the runner. You can do multiple contracts. You can do multiple, volatility. You need more ticks, whatever you want to do, as many as you want. I don't know if there's a limit. You could probably do 50, I guess. I don't know. I use a 2-lot in this for this trading right now. I want to keep my risk. I want to minimize the risk in the market risk that I expose my account to, make sure all of this works, okay? So there we are. Now I can trade. Now, one other thing, you notice these metrics up here are the same as here. I don't use any of the, stop loss or any of that stuff because I use multi-brackets. So I can confirm the package size, and now I can click the button again. It stays green, padlock stays open, I can trade, but I get the real estate back on my screen, and I have all the metrics here. I have cancel all and clear and close. So there we go, ready to trade. Ready to rumble. We're going to do that in 4 minutes, and why this piece of crap reset at whatever time, I got no idea. There's been a problem with this. There's been a problem with this here with the latest, I don't know what update it was some time ago. This worked for years, no problem. I had it set like this. I had it at time and the date, okay? And the time for the session. Recently, somebody said, oh, you got to go to session start. Well, there's session start at 8:30 Central Standard Time, and it reset down here at who the hell knows when. It's just ridiculous. As I said, I reported this to them, and there you go. So, and I don't know why that did that. That's weird too. Anyway, I'll reset it manually at 8:30, and the hell with it. So there we go. We're ready to rock, I think, here, aren't we? I'm all set up. I can trade. I have my multi-brackets in place. We're going to open in 2.5 minutes. I've been through the statistics, how they're in place, how they're placed every day. Something happened here. Do you notice this? What is this? Well, this needs to be right here, I'm pretty sure. And that doesn't look right. Hold on. Did I make a mistake here? Hold on. Let's get over here to potential and overnight volume pointer control. By God, it is. It's 74%. Nope, that's what it is. You see, we're in a live market, right? So this is moving. The gap is getting wider. Okay, there we go. The next thing it'll probably change is the overnight mid, wherever that went. That's right here. That's right under this now. You see that we have a couple of different levels over here. Okay, this is fun, isn't it? This is as much fun as you can have with your clothes on right here. So we are in a gap down. Now, if you're interested in that, you can see what we've done. Here's where we traded yesterday, and we got down as low as these lows here. Now we've gapped across them. This little nub down here and this price bobbing up and down at 67.24 is where we are currently. And if you look over here, it's 24. And if you look over here, that's where we're trading right now. It's come back up a little bit. Okay, so we're going to open here in 30 seconds. I'm going to bitch and moan a bunch, and then I'll reset this this level. I'll put on Blue Boy for the RTH session and start tracking the start tracking the migrating volume points of control here. I don't like these sweeps thing. I got to get rid of that. There we go. Well, that's just crap. I don't know. It looks like it reset, didn't it? Can't possibly. We're not up here or down here. That's just stupid. There we go. Well, that worked at least. Yeah, damn it. Now, remember that the initial balance high. Well, two things you got to remember. These session prices and the data that drives these lines comes from instantaneously from IRT, but it's pushed to the data export every 30 seconds. Then it's processed by bookmap, however long, many milliseconds that takes. Pretty quick, this thing is going to zoom down here and be at the high, and the low will be at the low. There you go. Now we're in a gap situation. Gap rules are applying here. And what have we got here for? And what are the gap rules? Well, they are definitely not interested in any kind of a responsive buying, it doesn't look like here anytime soon, does it? So the next thing I'm going to do now is change my charting. And I do that over here like this. I change it from full session to regular trading session. So now, miraculously, there's yesterday's RTH, and here we are down here. Isn't it cute? I do that for other reason, but which I'll talk about in a bit. So now everybody's reset. Let's save this. Come on. Do we have any gaps going on? Yeah, a little lags going on over here. There's a shitload of, there's a buttload of data comes zooming through at all of a sudden at the open, as you might imagine. The reason that I do this is to make sure that all the session prices are aligned with the RTH sessions. There's a lot of people that use these session prices that I push. What the hell is going on? And I push them freely. And, you know, if it could help you, let me know. So now let's get back over to IRT over here, or bookmap, I'm sorry. And let's slap the new and improved version of my super secret proprietary, really expensive indicator here. Blue Boy. Come on, Blue Boy. There we go. There we go. So here is our indicator. Blue Boy is on duty now for this RTH session. And as I said in the pre-market, this is just a visual cue for me to confirm I have the entire session in view. There's the low, the highs up here somewhere, I'm assuming. And they're taking it down. They're not taking any hostages here, are they? Isn't it cute? These kids are having so much fun. Normally what I do is I flag the migrating volume points of control. This is from the old days because I used to keep the timeline on 5 minutes rather than Blue Boy on duty. Obviously, the yellow brick road here, the line continues to plot, marking the POC, which we know is the price at which the most contracts have traded in the session. Now, after the day progresses, if you have the timeline zoomed in, you're going to not see this line. Where was it before? Well, that's why I have the That's why I have the flags. And we're still lagging, so there's still quite a bit of data zooming through here. We're negative 0.6% down on the ES, or the, ES, and the micro is 0.61. Well, we're all right on the flags. That's cool. Except for this is not very cool. This one hasn't moved, and that's a little bit disappointing. It should be down here. God, this is frustrating. Oh, I can tell you what's wrong. This goddamn thing is not doing right. Whoa, what is that? Well, I'm not having any fun here at all. Well, I don't know what to do now. Huh. That volume profile is pretty... What was that? What the hell? Pretty important to me. I'm going to change this damn thing around to at time. And I'm going to hope that that resets correctly. It's down here sure as hell ain't it. Boy, we are definitely gap and go, though. Here he got that one right on the head. There we go. All right, so there's a correct, pretty much, I think, maybe. Fingers crossed. Oh. One thing I don't like here now is all this, these sweeps and absorption going in here. I'm going to take them off, this purple crap, and there's green ones up above, and change the color and the font and a bunch of stuff to get them down to where they're manageable. Look at this thing go. Boy, they are gap and go till... yeah. Uh-huh. Where is he? 66.70. Wow. Well, I'm sure this... looks like these tariffs are working out pretty good, huh? Jesus Christ. Well, boys and girls, I would say that there is one thing we're doing, and, you know, that is what is referred to in the colloquialism as a sell-off. The vernacular. Gap rules, we are definitely in a gap and go. The gap rules are if we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted in the previous range, there's a 90 plus something or another % probability we'll close the gap and trade all the way across to the other value area, side of the value area. Which, you know, obviously we're not. So this is a pretty, well, I don't like those things. I got to get that off of there. Tired of this chick, too. Get rid of these sweeps. There we go. That's a little less cluttered up, isn't it? It is for me anyway. So we're plotting okay. This is still a little concerning to me. We're not showing this volume up here, but okay. I'm hoping it'll come right. Typically it does. I don't know. That is so irritating, man. I have Rhythmic running in administration mode to where you can have it resync the clock to the Rhythmic time server, market data time every 2 minutes. I have a special task that I input, in place on this computer that resets to the GMT time server every morning at 7 o'clock. I'm so sick of this. And all I want to do is have the damn volume profile reset normally as it used to do for years. Stupid. I'm tired of this shit here with her. May the odds be in your favor. Good looking gal, but people that post in chat rooms and stuff that post big animations that continually keep doing stuff is distracting for me. So somebody made a trade here. They sold 3 and covered them. That's nice. Sold them at, wait a minute. Guy took a stop. Holy shit. If I'm reading this post right, he sold 3 at 67.07 half. He bought 3 at 67.10.50. That's a full stop. I wouldn't be bragging about that, I don't think. Or maybe those are, I don't know what those are. I guess maybe he sold and he hasn't bought. That's his stops. I don't know. Beats the hell out of me what kind of post people put in some of these places. I got no clue. Yeah. So where am I now? I don't even know now. Gap rules, you bet. We got them. I went over the gap rules. I changed my little balls to 3D here. I think it's easier for me to see. I kept them 2D because I figured why waste the CPU? Maybe that's ridiculous. But they're more transparent, I think. So there we go. Blue boys on duty. We bottomed out down here at about thing. Now we just had a VPOC migration lower, which is a big sign a lot of people jump on with both feet. Yeah. We're going to get into a big area here pretty quick. Here we are today. We get down below this distribution here, this micro composite. This is all stop country down here. And if you want to really get crazy, get down here. This thing could flush pretty hard, pretty quick. Now, I like to be short, but I'm working on my vetted trades, so I got nothing to do here, which is irritating, I guess you could say. Good morning. Morning again. Welcome to the stream. I don't get, I'm not funded in any way or monetized, so I'm in it for the subs and likes. Comments for sure in the chat are great. Where are you? What are you thinking? Suggestions? Yeah. This is the micros. Ooh, this is not the micros. This is the ES. You see that? I'm on the wrong tab, but okay. No problem. There we go. I don't trade off IRT, so that's okay. And everybody looks about right here. Well, there we go. So much for the gap rules, close the gap, or responsive buying. We're at 0.71 change negative. Look at the liquidity stacking over here. We got 600, 800, 600 contracts plopped in right here. These liquidity levels that start filling in. You can see that in the book. So they put a lid on the pot and down it goes, huh? All right, let's look around here. What have I forgotten this morning? Looks like everything's okay. Well, I wish I could get rid of this damn thing here. Irritating. I don't know how to, can you shut that off or something? No. I hate these GIFs. Or, yeah, these, and whatever. Distracting for me. Some GIF that's plopped in the room that just keeps replaying over and over and over again. You know, it might have been funny the first 50 times or nice the first 50 times, but then it's just annoying. Distracting, I should say. So let's see what happened here now. Like I said before, this is just an old habit. But it's a good opportunity to, okay, if I were, let's pretend this is 1 or 5 minute bars and we're well into the market. Where was the POC before here? We don't know. If we didn't have the flags, that's how they came about. You know, we know it was up there. We know it came down here. One thing I never did do, because I believe this is much better for me, is these were not sequential. So you would have to put a number on them or something so you could tell how that POC was migrating. Obviously, you have the volume profile to tell, and you need to remember that I'm standing here looking at both of these screens simultaneously. So I'm watching the entire market happen over here and I keep my coloring and the lines and the levels all the same. The IB high and low and the developing VPOC and the VWAPs and all that stuff. So I'm trying to make this as easy on myself as I can to make it, because trading it's not easy to be consistently profitable and successful, but it is not complicated or wizardry or magic if you approach it from a statistical, data, logical, probabilities point of view, which, by the way, is how virtually all of the most successful traders in the world have realized you need to trade. So this is no epiphany of mine. This is You know, this is just the way it is. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, baby. Boy, we're getting some swinging going on here, huh? What have we got? We got 23 to 68. So we're at 40 points wide on the IV. Wow. They're pretty disappointed with something today. I'm guessing that the ruling squad is maybe not so in favor at the moment. I guess if you want to believe the polls, I don't know. Which always surprises me if you're at the, But anyway, I'm going to redo my data on IRT. Still have a lag here, so I'm going to redo the data. Still pushing a lot of data volume through, so that's, we're at almost half the normal daily volume, session volume, or not session, but yeah. I keep my volume and my recordings on Bookmap and everything, the combination, ETH, RTH. To me, that's one full cycle. So there you go. What I was getting at is we're at pretty much, about 1.5 million is a day. Let's see what that volume is. I'm guessing higher than hell. Let's see. Well, no, I don't believe it. This is for the RTH session only. I don't believe this value. This has got to change. And we're way up to, eight handles on the ATR. Something's doesn't smell right over here. Let's do this. Let's put it on the full session and let it recalculate and see what we're doing here. Yeah, that's a little more like it, huh? 140% volume. That's probably, well, and yes, here's the SPX. What are they doing? Well, they're having a lot of fun. Harmonic rotations. If anybody knows, this is absolutely accurate data here, but if anybody knows how to trade off of this, let me know. I've got it up there forever. And this is open interest, just out of curiosity. Yeah, IRT's, god damn, and it keeps doing that. This chart keeps jumping to the top of these. For some reason, it's got an issue. This is my trigger chart, by the way, which I suppose is obvious, which is not supposed to be in view at the moment. It's on a different tab, so this is IRT and it's thinking for itself. And I will nuke it here. Duke Nukem, boop. And there we go. Now the trigger chart lives over here in trigger chartville. And we got the Michigan sentiment here at the top of the hour. Yeah, hard to imagine some market or auction disruption more than what we've had so far, isn't it? But there you go. Blue Boy's hiding out behind the barn again, that sneaky devil. Something that I try to do. Oh, good, it is. That's great. I can switch over here. I try to keep the price level at a point high, which it happens to be now. Aren't I lucky? In other words, each one of these increments or these levels is 1 point. Within there is 4 ticks. and Blue Boy on duty. Now I have a complete understanding of what the market is done so far in the session, where the levels are. And I keep this at one point to try to give myself a consistent sense of scale with movements. You know, remember, this is a work in progress. And good morning. Anyone? Let's type it. See what we're doing here. Oh, that's quick. Very, 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 very fast. Very little latency or lag there with YouTube. That was typed from my trading machine, and I'm monitoring it on another computer via YouTube. So there you are. That's great. That's good to know. But do remember, that I talked about this trading advice and all that stuff. I trade live. I'm talking the whole time here in order to get my thinking into the recording. So it's going to be pretty obvious when I'm anticipating a trade and when I put it on and all those kind of things. Remember that there is a delay. So, if you tried to copy exactly what I was doing as I did it, you might be behind the curve in the terms of the real market. Certainly not, and it's certainly not trade advice. Hey, Panda. It's a really, this is a good time. We've got about 30 seconds here to the Michigan number. And as I mentioned earlier in the pre-market, in this trading environment we're in, it's really, anytime you trade, it's very important to See why I don't type and screen snap to do a journal? I can't. It's easy. I need to stay focused. So anyway, it's very, very, very. We're in a very heightened. Look, there's the Michigan number. Did you see that pop right there? That's why you don't want to be in a trade going into a number, in my opinion. So what I was going to say was we are in an environment where there's a real heightened risks, right? And we know that. Let me see how to say this exactly. We knew Michigan was coming out, and it's a market mover, and we've known that for 2 years. This has been scheduled. Okay, that's a risk you can plan on. It's recognized. You know it's coming. If you're, confident enough, or you have a vetted system or plan or trade plan that allow you to trade in that, then you can. The thing that we have to be extra careful about now, and it's no political statement whatsoever, but we are in a really heightened situation where we have an unrecognized supercritical potential risk. Here's two of them, right there and right there. Now, not that there's anything wrong with the fact that they're speaking or going to speak. And in the case of financial juice, it's nice that they pick these up and add them to the docket, so we have somewhat of a heads up. But here is what I'm talking about. What the hell's going on here? You see this right here? That's 220 points. That's the result of a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning out of no place. And unsubstantiated, didn't go anywhere. What the tweet was about was fake news, hadn't really happened. And the threatened retaliation to that fake news didn't happen either. What did happen? A tweet prompted this sell-off of 220 points. So if you had done everything right in your life in trading that day, except have your stops and brackets in, you could have lost your account. That's an unrealized or unexpected random risk, and that's really something that we need to be extremely careful about. We knew we were going to open gap down today. We knew we had Michigan coming 4 years. Typically, if it weren't a government shutdown, today would be non-farm payroll. It's the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, except for one rule that I forget what it is. Sometimes it's not for whatever reason. Holiday maybe or something like that. But we know that, so we can plan on it. That is a recognized risk, and we can mitigate for it, plan on it. You can plan to be out of the market, etc. But this kind of thing, you can't. So really, really be on guard. And why I say in the pre-market, in this environment, trading environment, only expose your account to market risk for A-plus setups. Always have a bracket order in the market. Always have stops, always have targets. If you're trading a live account like I am, make sure that those stops and targets are server side, not on your computer. Those are things we can do to minimize the risk as much as we possibly can. So there you go. It's not a political statement at all when I talk about random risk or, oh no. It's a fact. And if you don't recognize that, and choose to, not to believe that or to be offended by the fact, well, then that's too bad. But it's, those are the facts. It's one of those, there are some people that are, my mind's made up, don't confuse me with the facts kind of deal. I'm not that way. So what are we doing? Well, we're all over the board. There was Michigan. We got back to the scene of the crime pretty close and then haven't gotten back there since. What is that number? Do we know? 0.3 drop. This is the expectation is pretty severe. Oh, no, hell, it is worse. It's 50.3. This is 53. My eyes are not firing very good this morning. Yeah, it's a pretty big drop. And we have some unrecognized risk here. This Mirren, boy, this new young fella that he still works for the White House, right? He's still an employee of the White House. But Trump had him put on the Fed. He has given more speeches than any other Fed person. He's only been there like a month or something. It's definitely trying to get out there, get some camera time. The whole thing is nowadays, I believe, this is just my perhaps conspiracy theory mind working, but the news cycle is so short and it is a continual effort of misdirection. If there's something going wrong, push it somewhere else, over here. That is the age-old stock and trade of, stage magicians. Misdirection, it's called. If the world is wanting to know about Jeffrey, Epstein, well, cause a big dust up somewhere else. And the news cycle's so short. And there's certain news, they're not news, but they're reporting places that'll, give coverage for that. So now we are at someplace. I need to catch up with where I am here. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good so far. All right. I've get Blue Boy back. Now there's been a lot of, jumping and jiving here this morning. And I have not been in any position to partake because I'm only trading vetted trades. The vetted trades that I have statistically vetted, or I should say the trades that I have statistically vetted and have data on, are the initial balance trades. And so what I do in the market is I'm watching and narrating, right? This is interesting, and I'm watching everything and trying to get a feeling for the context and a feeling for the sentiment of the market. But I'm not anticipating interacting until the initial balance trades are active. And I'm trying to hang to this timeline. Sorry. Boy, I wish this fellow would get that. I know I bitch about this every day, but Yeah, I use chapter markers for the session timeline and stuff in YouTube because, hey, I'm just like everybody else. There we go. I'm not going to go listen to 7 hours. This stream is 7 hours minimum every day. If I want to know something about my trade, I want to have an accurate timestamp. I can go get there when I want to. Who the hell's going to listen to 7 hours? All right. So the trades I'm working are the initial balance trades, right? And the first thing to remember is the definition of the IB. And what is that? Well, it isn't a thing until 9:30. The initial the low goes down, the high goes up for the first 1 hour. Remember the definition. They mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the well understood expected initial balance statistic isn't a thing until 9:30. If you have a trade associated with that, as I do, I'm just watching the market, and I can, as we approach 9:30, I can anticipate and zoom in if I choose to or need to. But that's how you approach it. It's not a hurry, scurry, and blurry, shoot first, shoot second, shoot some more, and if anybody's alive, ask questions, It's a situation where you anticipate a predetermined, vetted trade or setup proven to have a statistical edge with specific criteria, and if those criteria are met, you put the trade on, period. And how does that all work? Well, let's talk about the initial balance statistic while we're at it and why it's a thing. So here we are with IB. They've conveniently highlighted the thing, and notice with IRT, they, as a level is achieved, they change and highlight that level text to blue from black. Pretty cute, no? Well thought out software, really is. But Chad Payne did a lot of work for a lot of years. So the initial balance statistic is greater than 97.8% probability, 97.5% probability. Price action will exceed the IB high or low in all four open types at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session, period. That's the statistic. It isn't active until 9:30. After 9:30, that's the statistic that we all watch. So what I do, what I have vetted with my back testing is that I have a, specific expectancy and probability of attaining T1 and T2 and all these things. So I know that I should be waiting for and anticipate that trade when it sets up. And the way I do that is with the trigger guy here. Now, you'll see all these lines in levels here. These are just indicators I've coded for this chart and the backtest chart. Same thing. It's just one's a copy of the other. And these levels, we'll scroll back if we can get there. Come on. These levels and the signal markers, which we can't seem to get to because of the tremendous amount of volume coming through here. Maybe I can do that this way. There you go. These signal markers are just indicators on this chart. They are not connected to the trading system at all, but they absolutely accurately reflect the condition of the trading system that I want to trade, the initial balance continuation trade or the initial balance failure trade. Now, this chart I built originally for myself I want to be sure, I want to visually confirm for myself that these things are happening when and where I expect them to, or I intended them to. All right. So this is yesterday. There was 2 trades. one of which I didn't do right, which is irritating. I got ahead of myself, and I did not have a trigger actually, but the trade fired because I had a resting order at the trigger location after I had A, after I had B. All right, now that you know all the secret stuff. Here is today. And why are we not seeing all these levels? Because it's not 9:30. There's no initial balance statistic yet. There can be no, there's an IB line that continues to plot. It starts when the trade, right? Because the initial balance low goes up and down with price, and the initial balance high goes up and down with price for the first 1 hour. Look at us go. We're going to get up here and we're going to get up here and close the damn gap. I don't know. So there you are. Let's open this up a bit. Okay, and let's get this up here. This is the trigger chart, and that's what I don't know. Who knows? So, back to the market in Bookmap. Blue Boy's smoking cigarettes behind the barn or whatever he's up to over here. There we go. So what is context doing today? Well, there's our open. What have we done? Looks like we're pretty rotational, doesn't it? What does the profile look like? Well, it looks pretty rotational too to me. Outside in, eh? Mean reversion. No statistic, no IB statistic. It's not 9:30. So I'm just anticipating. I'm keeping myself centered in the session. Let me just say that the initial balance trades, which I was just talking about, there are two associated with each IB level. So in other words, there's two trades that are possible at the high and two trades that are possible at the IB low. One is called the IB failure, which means, as you might imagine, well, here would be a good example. Let's pretend that this is after 9:30, price comes down here, doesn't exceed or take, now that's a bad one because it didn't take the statistic, so we can't do that. Let's assume that price goes up here, takes the statistic by, exceeding the IB high. Now that statistic has been satisfied. Can't get any higher, pulls back in and mean reverts, which would be expected in a balanced rotational market. That's called the IB failure, which is just a fancy name for a mean reversion trade based on the IB. The other trade, either higher or low, remember these apply to the high and are applied to the low. So, flip-flop or lone pair or whatever you want to do, call it. The other trade is called an IBC or IB continuation, and it is just what you think it is. Price comes up, takes the statistic, pulls back, can't get any lower, and continues on. That trade is suggested by a directional day, which we don't have yet at this point, do we? What have we done? We've gone outside in, outside in, outside in, outside. Where are we going now? I don't know. Maybe easier to see over here. There's very little volume up here. Outside in, outside in. Is that a rotational day? Looks like it, as opposed to directional. So I'm going to anticipate and trade what I see, not what I think. Okay, that's pretty important. But I'm going to, and at the end of the day, I'm going to trade the signal exactly as they fire. Now, I made a comment earlier that the second trade yesterday, which stopped, was an error because I anticipated the trigger, and in fact, it didn't happen. Had I traded exactly on the signals presenting themselves on the chart, I wouldn't have had that trade on or taken that stop. Something to think about, eh? Rod's going to size up to 20 lots. He's been doing really well. He's making somewhere around verified 40,000 plus a month. His account is zooming exponentially. It's nice. It's really inspirational to trade with people every day, and that are doing really well. And where am I now? Out of tea, I know that much. I'm getting kind of thirsty here. Don't want to get dehydrated. Make sure you take good care of yourself. Well rested, hydrated, exercise, soft focus your eyes every hour or so. And look down the street or whatever, all of that stuff. Now we are approaching the initial balance, 20. We're going to be there at, this is the low and the highs above us. And look at the time, 22. We got 8 minutes till the initial balance sets. Okay. Here we go. Hey ho, here we go. So it's not 9:30 yet, but it's pretty freaking close here, isn't it? We don't have a statistic yet. The IB trades are not a thing. There's the high, and there's the low. Blue boy's hiding over here somewhere. There he is. Okay, so I'm anticipating what? I'm anticipating exactly nothing. It's not the initial balance statistic has not been set. Never mind, we haven't achieved or, satisfied the initial balance statistic, which is the first rule. And where are we? This is the mid. What does that mean? That means we're sock up in the center, baby. This is a random environment, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. This is a binary event. Price can only go up or down. Doesn't go sideways, doesn't go at an angle, none of that stuff. Where are we now? We're right smack dab in the middle. We have a 50-50 chance of going either direction. And that's the truth. That's the reality of it. In about 30 seconds, we're going to know. We're going to have the initial balance statistic will become active in 30 seconds. Okay, there we go. The initial balance statistic is now a thing, and it is active. The low will no longer move wherever my mouse went, move lower. The high, IB high, will no longer follow price higher. And here is a huge caveat. Take it from the voice of experience speaking. Do not try to anticipate and trade toward the statistic. What I mean by that is, we're below the mid, we're below the VWAP, we're below the POC. I just know we've been selling all day. We're going to take the IB low. No. I can't tell you the number of times. I could if I opened that old journal up and tell you the number of times I got that spank trying that idea. When the IB statistic has been satisfied, it will be satisfied. Now, you just see these levels pop up over here on Bookmap. These are my continuation zones and my pullback zones from the trigger chart, signaling that just became hot at 9:30. And let's see. Oh, look at here. Continuation zone, pullback zone, continuation zone, pullback zone. 9:30, the IB levels are plotting. Do we have a signal? Absolutely not. There we go. Well, that's cool. So now we can continue to monitor that. If we get close to a signal, we can anticipate that and zoom in if we want to, get tight over here, anything you want to do. And it's real important to reiterate, I think, that trading should not be an adrenaline sport, This is anticipating a predefined, statistically proven setup and trade may occur. And you can zoom in, you can stock it, you use whatever, terms make sense to you. I do. And there you are. That's the way to trade, in my opinion, as a statistical, consistently profitable business, not a video game or gambling. And this stream is not about my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing. If you are consistently profitable, turning your back to the monitor and clicking the mouse as many times as you can in a day, good for you. Don't stop. If you love the adrenaline and the rush of the game or the gambling, and that's fine with you, do that. I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm sharing that openly and completely, transparently, mostly because of accountability, number one, for myself. And second of all, I hope it helps somebody. I wish I would have had this facility, this resource to take advantage of when I first started out long ago. Would be great. And I know everybody's that old, teach a man to fish, he'll eat for his life, give him a fish, he eats per day. I know all that crap. But I'll tell you a secret. If I see someone trade and that resonates with me because I'm visually acued. Okay, that I think that's important. I think that's valuable. I think that somebody that comes on, streams once a day and comes online and spends all their time talking about what happened in the rearview mirror is bullshit and bus tickets, frankly. I can do that. My daughter can do that. My wife can do that. And neither one, they are not remotely interested in trading, nor can they. But they're clever enough to know how to narrate this kind of thing. In the hindsight, now you tell me right there, what's the market going to do? This is the hard right edge. What's going to happen next? You going to keep going long? Get up here, price check at aisle 3 and all those euphemisms? Or is that going to happen? There's a big difference in trading the hard right edge and rear view mirroring it, man, which is the stock and trade of most internet gurus and some presenters who are, I don't think, have a malicious intent, but on the other hand, and so we're well past the IB. We haven't taken it. We are very clever boys and girls, and we're not going to trade in anticipation or enter in anticipation of the statistic because we don't have one. Remember that there's isn't it 97.5%? Is that it for the day? I don't remember. 97.5% probability we'll take out one of these, one or the other, at some point between 9:30, 5 minutes ago, and 1600 tonight. What else does that mean? That means that there is a 2.5% probability that we won't hit either one of them. This is not 100%. Huh? And the other day, a month ago or so, we did that. We did exactly that. We traded an entire Friday and didn't take either IB. So it's, that is the truth of statistics and probabilities. If it isn't 100%, that's what happened to, whatchamacallit, Capital. Forgot the name now. Huge hedge fund had a big run. They were working on about a 97% probability win rate, and they were just rocking and rolling. And guess what happened? That outlier, that 3%, and they went broke, lost billions. So I'm going to be happy to watch this on my trigger chart and watch for a signal, which I don't have. And eat a piece of mom's homemade sourdough bread toast and some chicken breast. So I'll mute off. And here's a perfect example of don't trade to toward the statistic. You are just absolutely certain that because we got below this POC and we're so close to the IB low and yada, 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 we're going to go there. So you get short. And now you got stopped and now you're all bummed out and are absolutely positive that there's somebody monitoring your stops. And, I mean, this is, of course, just all lessons I've learned the hard way. And I think we're probably going to take out the initial balance low, looks to me like. And that will be the statistic. Now, I want to point out something before we get here. The basic statistic for the initial balance, high or low, is that price exceeds it, as I said earlier a bunch of different times. That does not satisfy the specific, much more detailed rules that I have for my trading system. So, yeah, and here we are, right? Now, what the rule actually says for the A signal, there's an A and there's a B and there's a trigger. Yeah, not very imaginative, I got it, but For the A signal to happen, the price in this case, the IB low. Price needs to come down through the IB low with the open above the IB low and the close below the IB low. Also, the bar preceding the signal bar needs to have open above the close. In other words, like this, above the close, and ideally the low above the IB. Now, earlier in the week, Monday and Tuesday, I didn't have any signal. I didn't receive any A signal. I didn't take any trade. And each and every one of those days, we had an IB statistic, but it didn't meet the requirements of this trade system, which I have vetted. And now you're thinking, well, why don't you just take the trade? Because I don't take anything discretionarily. The rules say do it that way. That's how I vetted the rules. I didn't vet the rules another way. So the only way that I can change that rule, certainly I make no changes to my trade plan or the statistics or anything else during the trading session. But tonight, this weekend, when I do my homework, which I do every night and every weekend, I can run a back test, capture that data, know exactly what it is over however many days, 500 days, whatever. Then I can change that specific one rule. Then I can run the back test. Is it better or worse over the same period of time? Is there an improvement or not? And you can only change, FYI, you can only change one rule at a time. If you change 3, how the hell do you know which one did what? It's just, this is common sense and logic, but people try to make it mysterious and all that, and it really isn't. When you get trading down to statistics and probabilities, for me, it's much more comforting because I think that way. I think logically and I've done a lot of things that required that in my life. So for me, it's good. And if you're a gambler and you love the adrenaline rush and you think that gunslinging and clicking that mouse because you had a hunch is a good idea and it works for you, absolutely do not change it. I want to repeat that 1,000 times. This applies to me. Now, you see that. This is kind of weird. You see that the initial balance has been traded through here. This is not the signal. And actually, you know what the hell's going on? It's not plotting right over there. Here we go. Okay. Now we don't have, so the initial balance statistic has been exceeded, has been satisfied, whatever you want to call it. In my rules, I don't have an A. I could now, if this closes here, I could get an A because the previous bar was higher close higher, open higher than the close. And on this bar, the open is above the IB and the close is below the IB. So if this bar closes out here, I get an A signal.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And these are 1 minute bars, by the way. And we just barely got an A. Holy smokes, look at that. Now I need a B. And then a trigger. Am I excited? Well, my spidey senses are tingling. Am I putting on a trade? Nope. Am I going to? Nope. Now, what I am going to do is my checklist, right? I've got both set up to trade. I'm on the right package. The trade control panel is active. I can enter a trade. I can trade. I'm on the right instrument. That's pretty freaking important. And boy, I got to stop doing that. Now we have a B. And now if I get a trigger, I need to go long. Because the B signal is in the pullback zone. And I have a trigger, but it's not thrown yet. And this is what happened to me yesterday. The trigger, the price is within the trigger zone, but it hasn't thrown the trigger yet, and I'm not sure why. Oh, because it's closed below the trigger zone. Now, that's another rule that could be questioned here. But I'm going to stick to my guns, not take a trade because I think I'm clever, Trevor. Get this opened up where I can see it better. These old guy eyes of mine. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Sorry about that. Okay, A, B. This is the pullback zone. If I'd have gotten a trigger here, this would have been a long IB. This would have been an IB failure, which would make sense under the circumstances. We're rotational. Now I have nothing to do yet. I still don't have this trigger, and I'm still a little bit worried about why. I don't want to have a situation where it's just the signal didn't fire right because I did something stupid during the night. If I'd have had the signal there, wouldn't I have been a happy camper to be long right here? Yep. Scaled and then some. Son of a bitch. That's pretty disappointing there. I'd like to know why. I didn't get a continuation signal, but I don't have a trigger, and I have to go look at the rule because that's this should have been the trigger. Over here. Long. And wouldn't that have been pleasant? It's probably obvious that I'm hyper focused on this trigger because yesterday I anticipated the trigger, put a resting order, it was hit, and I immediately got stopped down for a full stop. So that hasn't happened. Now we have a trigger. Okay.
Order submitted.
And there is, if we get it, there's the resting order. The trigger's in place. Will we get in the trade? Maybe this should have been a market order instead of a resting order, a limit. There we go.
Order submitted.
Okay, we're in the trade now for trade number 1. And what is that? It's 153.01. What is that pain in the ass? 53. I can't even watch the market. I got to do this. Okay, I'm in the trade. I'm not scratched. I can zoom in. Wow, look how close it got to that stop, huh? Oof. I would have made everybody, including especially me, nervous. Well, will we get our scale? If I get in here and the day continues as it is, this will be a very definite mean reversion. And that's what trade, oh, I didn't have this. I'm sorry. You see how Bookmap illustrates the entries and all of that kind of thing. You can follow along up here at the top. What am I doing now? Well, I'm standing here watching the market go up and down. And I'm hoping it doesn't take me out. And there we go. Stop. So that's that. And what time was that? 1:55. 01. I'm doing my update here, sorry. 55. Just to the tick, and now is it going to go up? Probably. Maybe. Do I have another signal long? Yeah. Am I going to take that? Jesus, I don't know about that. I'm not usually a fire a million times kind of guy. Yes, it could. What the hell? Why not? I do have a signal to go long. Is there some news coming up that I'm not aware of here or something? I don't know. I'm not real warm and fuzzy about this, to be honest with you.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And now we could get a B signal the other direction, but no. You see how we're into the continuation zone here? And remember, we have an A. So... This is kind of a gray discretionary. In the actual backtest rules, and here we are. Do I take that? No, I'm not gonna. The session or the signal resets when position goes to flat.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
So in reality, the backtest system would need another A. And I haven't gotten a B yet for the A, for this particular trade. Do I? Oh, wait a minute here. I'm off base. There we go. God damn it. No signals over here. That's irritating. And one stop. In the correct direction, it's as anticipated with the signals in the direction of the context, rotational. Yeah, the profile is rotational, but what's going on here? You know, I don't know. That's a gray area. That's when you have to be really careful.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
I'm getting really sick of this thing doing that. Okay, now we have a B and a trigger. That's same on the same bar, which is something I don't like. And I missed it because the damn thing was not updating. I need to be real careful about this chart in the mouse. It gets real out of whack quick. You see how it's not, we're not seeing this, the action down here. We're just clear down here doing something and we're not seeing it. What the hell was that? Yeah, so I have a signal up here. I have a B and I have a signal, and that would have been the short. And that would have been great. I missed it completely. But it looks like we're coming back up to it now, and this bar is not working right. So I'm gonna put a short in here. A resting short. Oh, wait. Oh, that was completely, that is an error. Flat. That's an error. I clicked on the wrong side of the price I clicked the left button instead of the right. And I got a long, and that's really disappointing. Now, let's put a short in there. Okay, that sucks. That sucks a lot. Now I've got 2 and I've got 3. I'm going to call this 2. We got within a tick of okay. Where's the time? It's 2:01. 02:01. And it is short. Okay, that's right. And I don't know what's going to happen. But I know I'm irritated. That's pretty for sure. Shit, IRT closed. Now that's okay. That's magic. So, IRT closed. I've got my risk neutral scale, so got my helmet on, and where am I here? Where's trade 2? Trade 2. 2 hours and whatever it is, 02. O2, and that's the risk neutral scale. Okay. So IRT seems to be, and that's not IRT's fault. That would be my fault for, clicking out in the middle of space somewhere, I guess. Let's let IRT get its shit together. We are down here putting in new bottoms. It's a risk neutral scale. This was a real joke here. This was a miscue. This is me still trying to learn how to trade with a flipping mouse. Right here. Clicked on the wrong side, getting all hurry-scurry and blurry, right? And will we come down here and get a new low and our POC and a naked volume point of control on the target? Who in the hell knows? But we do know that. Let's see, there. IRT's coming back to life. That's a good thing. Where's the... Wait a minute. What the hell is that? Okay, Jesus, I don't know what's going on here. IRT's upside down, and I'm not sure what to say about it. It looks to me like we're way close down here to this VPOC, and I'm not seeing anything on Bookmap that looks like that. So I'm kind of confused as to what to think. What I'm going to try to do is something. There we go. Okay. I think I'm okay. Maybe back to speed here. Plotting okay. At the risk of blowing everything up, let's see what the hell this looks like now. Yeah, beats the hell out of me, but we're gonna see what we do. Now the triggers and stuff are over with. We know that. And we're in the trade, and it's not making any new ground. Risk neutral scale, got the hat on, got the helmet on, got the feet up, got the T all set over here, and just watch what happens. It was gonna get taken out again, looks like maybe. This is, there's a lot of pro and con about the scaling process and everything and the risk neutral idea and a lot of scoffing and laughing. But I can tell you one thing from a psychological point of view. Okay. I got my helmet on. I got my tea over here. I got some chicken to munch on, and I'm going to watch what happens. The worst that can happen. This was a mistake. This was a taken on signal and went stop. That's what happens. It's 50-50. Okay. Now, just saying, I mean, just speculating here. All of these instances along here, there's stops down here. You would suppose at some point that somebody's going to go, let's take those stops. And this is showing 6870. POC, a naked volume point of control, back to the 17th. And this is wrong here. This is what I'm looking at, is right here, 70 quarter. And here we are. And what I have is a little different deal over here. I have 69.75. So let's make it 70 quarter, shall we? There we go. Now I would have to think about, do I move my target below that? Because if we take out that MCV POC, we're likely to go ripping. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but, and what do I do? What the hell? I've switched from a wireless to a wired mouse, a mouse with a tail, just because our IRT seems to be not dealing very well with all of this stuff. I think what I'll do is bring my target just down below this POC a little bit, because if we hit that POC, I think we're going to move through it. We've taken out the liquidity that's been laying up here at 75. I could be trailing up. Yes, I sure could. Those are all trade management things that you need to think about. Trail up behind this trail up behind the last swing high. Are we going to get down here to this POC from the 17th and then this one? Come on, we need a Trump dump. Where is that orange bastard when I need him, Where's that Truth Social when you need it? And now trailing up to the profit target, or lower, is reducing the risk-reward ratio. I think I'll just let her... Leaving this here is a scratch, right? And I'll probably be pissed that I didn't... it's always one way or the other. You just have to think of a way to consistently manage your trades. I do. Let me put it. I need to settle on a way to consistently manage my trades. I'm having a little issue with this trade management because for the last couple of months, I've been vetting these trades. And when you do that, you absolutely put the trade on and you don't touch anything ever, period, case closed. Otherwise, that particular trade won't fit in the data set. It cannot be part of your statistical sample set that you're using to vet the trade. So it's a little hard for me to get used to moving this stuff. And I would never, let me just point out this, in a 10 gazillion years there we go, ever move my stop away from the entry. Rod's going to start trading a 20 lot. Holy smokes. Now I have to start really thinking about stuff. This is where my target would have been right there. If I don't catch it here, I'm going to be pretty bummed, huh? What I will do when we come past, if we get past this naked volume point or this MCV POC and don't get anywhere, I'll take it off. I think we're going to right now, however. And I could pull my stop up here to my original target. I don't know. I don't know what to think. If you're watching me, you're laughing at me, I'm sure. I hear you laughing over there. They took that out pretty clean, didn't they? Let's see if we get the target here. And this is 70, of course. This is a big number. I don't know what to do. I definitely don't want this blowing back in my face at all. So I'm thinking taking the damn thing off. I guess I could let it run. Gonna be pretty upset with myself though if I got greedy. Here was my target. Gonna be pretty upset with myself. Excuse me, self, if I do that. Where's that Trump dump? Come on, big boy. Show those girls back there who's boss. Get that Trump social fired up. Let's show those freaking penguins who's boss. God, that was pathetic. I tell you, I'm not sure what to do here. What are we? We're at 10:14. Boy, they just can't seem to get any horsepower under that POC. I would think they could get one more tick out of it, wouldn't you? But who knows? I got to take the cats to the vet this afternoon, too, by the way, for their annual vaccination. There we go. Okay, so there's the 2 lots made up for all those stops and stuff, and we're at 28 ticks profitable. So there you go. Now what I do is, first of all, it's 250. And 0215. Well, that's pretty cool. 0215. Exit. T-shirt. Well, that makes me feel better. And now it could go on for, who the hell knows. But I'm out of the trade, and I'm now going to do all my little stuff that I do, which is let my metabolism come back to normal. Ah, damn, I do that every time. This is kind of a handy little guy here, right? It shows in, out, entry time to the millisecond, everything about the trade, MFE, MAE, anything you want to know. 68 ticks made up for all the losses, and then I just do a screen grab and catch all of that, and that's what I put in the journal. And this thing could go on, forever. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? And where was the... I should have done that. Okay, I'll do that. There we go. Okay. Well, Okay. Well, better than a sharp stick in the eye, I guess, isn't it? Where am I? I don't want to be there. That's for goddamn sure. Okay. Sorry, chewing in your ear. Excuse me. So I don't have speakers here in the office. If this music that I play is too loud, too dim, too stupid, too whatever, somebody throw something in the chat, eh? And be sure and while you're at it, smack a thumbs up and a like. That'd really be a big help. I'd appreciate it. And I would appreciate commentary in the chat too, you know, just hello, you're out of your freaking mind, what a great job, you know, anything. So there we go. Well, that was fun. And I tell you, after all this time trying to convert to this damn mouse trading, you'd think I'd have it together, but still right there, all excited and take the wrong damn. This was an attempt. Had I just right-clicked, this would have been a resting order. Short. Now, let's see, 81, 79. Now it would have been scale. This would have been a risk neutral scale. Basically. As it turned out, it worked out okay up here, but you know. Fortunately, I'm out of the vetting process, so I'm able to do stuff, you know, like there's one. Here's a signal I didn't get. Here's another signal. Took it hot on the trail of this error, but I wasn't tipped over. I quickly assessed that I was not on tilt or FOMOing or anything else. This was a bona fide signal, and my mission here is to take them, and that's what I did. And it worked out as planned. And believe, you know, remember that's 50-50. And if you don't want to believe that, okay, that's up to you. So here are we now. Let's see. Well, where was that trade entered at? 10:01. Okay. If you look down here, you can see that all this stuff about each bar. The crosshairs in IRT calculate a bunch of stuff every time you move, and in this, my setup here, it presents big delays. So there's 10:01. So there would be IS. This was the short, this was a mistake, and this was the short that I did take right here. On the trigger as was supposed to be. And down here we went to the profit target. This one, the IB failure, or continuation, I mean. Trigger. So, oh, hold on a minute. Now, I might have made a big mistake here. At 10 o'clock. Where the hell did 10 o'clock? Oh, 10 o'clock's way over here. Okay. 9:53, 10. 9:55. Where did 10 go? 10. So that, huh? Sorry about that. Just bear with me here. 10 o'clock. Now let me show you what I'm doing. I want to verify these times and entries and all this stuff is that I'm doing them. Remember that I'm doing this manually based on the signals from the chart. So I want to make freaking sure that I'm doing this right. So this entry was at 9:53. Okay, that makes sense. 9:53:22. You see that? Right down to the microsecond, whatever the hell, nanosecond, whatever it is. And I just realized what I was doing. So let's get back over here to, what was it? 5322. You notice the times? 5322. Ooh, no. Okay, there you are. There was the A, the B, the signal, the trigger, long, which I did, and got stopped, which is right there. Okay, that's what happens. Then we had, I think I mentioned this, in the difference between me doing this trading and the system itself, when it's doing it when it's back testing automatically, it resets. So in other words, this A and this B would reset and wouldn't be applicable. Would I have had a trigger here anywhere? No, because there was no A again by the rules. This was really close to an A, and this is where I was talking about things that you have to cross-check or think about away from the market when I'm doing my back testing. Change the rule, run the back test, see what effect it has. Right here. If this close would have been one tick lower, no, that wouldn't be an A either. It would not be an A because we had an up bar here, not a down bar. So, and this is the IB, remember. So in reality, these other two trades don't have a validated signal. If I were trading this in the case of if I were the automated system. Because after this trade is on and it's stopped, these are reset to 0. After this trade is on and we're stopped out, these are reset to 0, so that you've got to start over A, B, C. So there's something to think about. As it turns out, I'm okay that it happened. As with everything, that's one of the, I actually have a thing about that. I gotta find it and make sure it's in this deal. Okay. Let me just get the times thing up to speed here. Let me just say that it is a huge, I believe, it's a huge problem when you don't listen to your rules, you make an error, move your stop away from entry, for example, any of those kinds of stupid retail trader mistakes, and it works out in your favor. Because the human mind only remembers the good stuff. Okay, so now what am I doing here? I was busy doing something till Rod and alerted me there. So 10:49, yep, that was. No, wait a minute. 10:40. Took me 49 seconds to flatten that thing out. No, 9 seconds. Okay. Took me 9 seconds to flatten that error out. Well, I've got 28 ticks P&L, which is not very much, is it? No. So, okay, I guess. There we are. I ho the Dario. Now, I will not be anticipating another trade, just because we're a hell of a long way. Remember that I need a new A, I need a new B, and I need a new trigger, and that all happens up around here. That happens in the continuation or the pullback zone, and the triggers around the IB. It's just one point either side of the IB. So, okay, there we go. And here we are. And here we are. Looks like everybody's back to normal here, I hope. Freaking IB, my mouse. Like I said, this jumping and jerking around here with IRT, I even dropped off my wireless mouse and dug an old mouse with a tail out of one of my IT boxes, and that's what I'm using here now. To eliminate lag, and most importantly to eliminate this BS about mysteriously moving around. I know that. Wanna up here, there we go. IRT, this is something that may be of interest here. Oh, look, we are back down to where we started, back down to my targets. IRT, these windows are floating. They're not part of the container. Frankly, I don't like that. but they recommend doing it that way. So I can take, here, watch. There you go. I can move this stuff all over the damn place as long as it's within the same computer. I'm not crazy about that. And I think that's one of the reasons why it gets, because it's on multiple monitors and all this stuff. I think that's why sometimes you remember earlier in the stream that all of a sudden the trigger chart jumped in the way. I think it gets its knickers in a knot somehow, and I personally would prefer to have it in a container. I keep them that way anyway, just because maybe that's just because I'm too old or whatever, but I'm used to that, and so I do. Okay, I guess while I'm standing here watching this, let's see, what have I forgot to do? It's 2:50:45. Is there any normal thing I do at this time? Got my entries, get all that stuff. Oh, here's one. Here's a good one. This is one I forgot to do, sorry. Oh, I wish I had that damn thing working. I know I'm sounding like a stuck record, but you cannot imagine what a pain in the butt this is for me. My eyes are bothering me, and looking at this chat, this text document over on another computer a long ways away, and whatever else. Okay. Let's talk about the psychology of trading and FOMO and all those kind of things, which I refer to your monkey mind. And it goes like this. No matter how you believe humans started, creation, evolution, crapped on a rock and the sun hatched us, whatever, outer space, aliens, pick one. Pick a theory. I think everybody agrees, and the fossil record confirms, we've been here and have been evolving for a long time. Or developing. I don't think the creationists like to use the word evolve. So we've been doing whatever you want to call it for a long, thousands of years. There is certain feelings and reactions and emotions that are hardwired into us from all of that DNA. long ago on the desert or the jungle or wherever, if there's two fellas standing there and one of them, and the grass moves and one of them jumps behind a tree because he's risk adverse. He lives to pass on his genes to the next one and ends up in us. The other one goes over and kicks the grass to see what's there and ends up lunch and doesn't pass those genes on. At risk seeking, typically. Same for fear, the FOMO, the risk aversion, wanting to be right, to, self-validation, all that stuff. And you're never going to get, I believe, let me put it this way, I'm never going to eliminate those feelings, emotions, and thoughts and reactions, almost autonomic reactions from who I am. And I don't think anybody else will either. My approach to it is, I think a good solution, be continually aware of your state when you're trading. Am I feeling emotion? Am I feeling adrenaline? Am I feeling fear? Am I feeling FOMO? Recognize that's what it is and don't act on it and go, okay, I know that you're FOMO and I'm not going to do that. Thank you. I'm going to be an adult and I'm not going to overtrade because that's not part of my rules. Then when you have that kind of a logical conversation with yourself, all of a sudden FOMO, goes back into the dark there and hides or whatever happens to them when they're not busy throwing adrenaline all over your ass. So that's my approach to the whole psychological thing. They make a lot of talk out of it, thousands of YouTube videos, fancy PhDs and psychologists make an awful lot of money writing books and giving courses and doing all that kind of stuff. My approach is, comes from my upbringing on a ranch in Montana, I guess. It's like, pull up your boots, you're an adult. I don't overtrade because I'm an adult and I don't do that. I don't move my stop away from entry because I'm an adult and I don't do that. I also don't go to the bathroom in my pants anymore because I'm an adult and I don't do that. To me, it's exactly the same. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Maybe if you're listening, somehow maybe that will help you deal with it. I have a lot of friends and people that come to my Discord area or DM me or whatever else. It's like, I just can't stop overtrading. I don't know how can you do it? How can I? It's like, well, Jesus, dude. You're an adult with a family. You've got a nice career. Don't do that. Maybe I'm lucky. I don't know. But anyway, that's my approach to the whole psychological thing, and I call it the monkey mind. So if you hear me talk about your monkey mind firing up, Tom B has got it. He refers to it as Hyde, like Jekyll and Hyde. That's a good one too. The key is be aware that it's happening and either push the mouse aside and step back from your desk, or, if you're had some practice at it, you can go, okay, thanks for the suggestion, but I think I'm going to stick to my plan here. Thank you very much. And keep going. So that's my spiel on monkey mind. But as I believe it, and I think it's important to talk about it. And God knows, I'd like to have 10 cents for every YouTube video or blurb on the internet or something about trader psychology. Wouldn't have to be doing this. It's just like rearview mirror traders, the same idea, kind of. I suppose they can't trade, and that's why they do the rearview mirror thing. I mean, that's the first thought I always have when somebody says they've got a fantastic, always wins deal and all that. Well, then, why are you selling it on the internet for $50 or whatever, for YouTube, or for the ad revs for subscriptions. And if you're so freaking good and it's so wonderful, why aren't you just, why aren't you just rolling in dough from trading and doing whatever it is you like to do the rest of the time? Why are you spending all this time? And maybe a certain portion of it is people that are really, really are successful, but they just really get off on the notoriety and, like kind of in their minds, oh, I'm a star, I am a TV guy or whatever, you know what I mean? Like the influencers and all those useless jerk offs with their wrapped Lambos and piles of $100 stage money and all that crap. They're making their money off YouTube ads. And I guess good for them, if they can bullshit enough fools to subscribe and follow them, that they get paid, hundreds of thousands of dollars by YouTube. Well, good for them. Wish I'd have thought of it first, I guess. I'm still, over here spanking the horse trying to make money, developing my trading business. And nothing else brilliant to say. We're closing in on 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. So we've rolled out of RTH1 and we're now working on RTH2. And yeah, there we go. So this RTH 1, 2, and 3 thing, in case you don't know what that is, that's something Rod cooked up, I'm sure. And it's real simple. There's 450 minutes in the RTH trading session from the open at 8:30 or whatever time zone you're in until, in my time zone, Central Standard Time, 8:30 to 1600. If I counted on my little fingers right. And if you divide that by 3, it's 150 minutes per session. So or 2.5 hours each, rounded up. So 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, and there you go. RTH 1, 2, and 3. There you go. And you can, if you do a different thing or you don't believe in going to that 1600 and you want to go to the cash close, you just Merry Christmas, figure it out for yourself. When I use those, when I say RTH1 or something, that's what I'm talking about. Just another way to quantify, group, analyze your trades. In an old journal that I have, I had I pulled them out by hour, 8:30 to 9:30, 9:30 to 10:30, like that, and day of the week between 10:30 and 1 and 1300 on Wednesday, I had more losers than any other day. I just made all that up, but you understand how you can get as anal and granular and out there in the freaking woods as you want to get. That is strictly up to you. Speaking of out there and granular and in the woods, we're coming off again here now. Oh, you son of a bitch. See, I did that. Now, this chart, for whatever reason, I think I just figured out what it is. Why this trigger chart suddenly jumped in here. And it should not be, because it's not in the right tab. The trigger tab's over here. But I was just talking about changing mice and all that crap. And I close it, I'm back to the thing. When I click down here, IRT somehow thinks that this is to do with that no container idea. If I click somewhere down here and double click, it's gonna go to the full session, the full view chart, which is this thing. I think that's why it's doing that. I think, therefore I am, I think. Or however that goes. Oh yeah, I'm pretty happy. First of all, I am so pleased that I'm able to take trades during the day. I was so focused and fixated and disciplined with this whole vetting process. I was beginning to think that I was suffering from a severe case of an analysis by paralysis, you know. Take one trade. I didn't take one single trade in August. Think about that for a minute. And that was trading a prop firm. That was back in before I got completely bent over before the donkey with from Top Step. Thank you, Mikey boy. That's still disappointing. At some point, I hope before I die, I'll bump into him and I'll tell him just what I think about it. You know, like ask him why he allowed his company to no longer be credible or reliable or yeah, I guess that's enough. And otherwise I'm not going to think about it every day, because that's dwelling on negative, and that's not the thing to do. Just, you know, suffice to say, if you enjoy trading with a prop firm and it's Top Step, and you can trade with Top Step X, Merry Christmas. They completely went back on their word, which I have hard copies of, and screwed me. I broke no rules, consistency, you know, everything fine, never had a reset, paid right on time, 5 accounts, all within one trade of being in the XFA, which they had assured me would remain the case all the way through to the live account, as long as I didn't break any rules or violate anything, which I did not do. And then all of a sudden, a month later, just here at the beginning of October, they just closed all the accounts. And I emailed the manager, and he says, well, sorry, we decided that we're not going to have any more to do with Rhythmic or these other people, and, you know, sorry. All of the money, time, effort. Now, I will say that I learned a lot, in a lot of respect, right? I learned a lot about trading. I also learned a lot about human nature, and don't trust anybody bigger than you can throw, I guess. Yeah, so, you know, there's that. Anyway, I'm happy that I can take these trades based on the vetted process. And yeah, is it working out great? I don't know. And I'm trading micros because I want to be real sure that all of my systems are working right, and that I'm working right. and that the signals are working right. I don't want to eat my own dog food. I want to, limit as best I can. I want to preserve my account by managing my risk, which includes limiting the risk exposure to the market, exposing my account to market risk as limited as I can. And for the, including only A+ setups and stuff like that. There you go. And I'm being summoned by the boss, so that means I better get out and find out what she needs if I know what's good for me. Now, I was talking a while ago, and I hope I had the damn thing off mute. That's going to be irritating. God, I wish I would get... I don't know. I don't wish I would get anything. I want to stay as a consistent trader, and hopefully I will improve with this streamer thing so that it's pleasant. I mean, my goal is to have it pleasant for myself to listen to and or for y'all, you know, people who come by. Oh, man. Well, by golly, here we go. Back to the scene of the crime, huh? That's pretty weird. Wow. Okay, now we have a... Did you get away? A damn toolbar. Now we have a short, or this would be an IB continuation short trigger. However, we had all this stuff going on over here first. This is where I have to be real vigilant about and make a decision over this weekend. Do I stick exactly to the automated rules, which would never take a trade? And, you know, I explained this earlier. After a trade is entered, or let's rephrase that, after you've been in and out of a trade and you're flat again, A and B reset. You got to start over. Now, frankly, and here's another one for you. God damn it. Sorry about that. And here's another one for you. The reason this is not, now this is a perfect setup, right? Isn't it? There's the preceding the signal bar, preceding signal bars, lower close, open, higher close, high below the IB. The signal bar is open, close above. Why isn't that an A? Because this is the IB low, not the IB high. This is the low. The thinking is that price trades down into the low. So you would want all these to be reversed into the low as they are over here. There's the open is above the close. The open is above the close. It's above the IB, and this is below the IB. That's why we have an A signal at the initial balance close, initial balance low. Lots of moving parts here. I'll tell you what I'd like to be able to do, and I might actually look into it. Code these signals to some sort of an indicatory thing or some damn thing it's looking at. Or, as Rod suggested, just have IRT do the trading. But that's a little spooky. That's more than a little spooky to me. That's pretty damn big spooky. Now, here's another. Here we go. Some more. Here we are. Here would be a signal bar, open above the IB low, close below the IB low. Why isn't that an A or A? Because the preceding bar didn't qualify, and therefore this B is no good. Now, if this were an A, here's a B. We come up here and take a trigger. That would be a short. That would be a full signal short, but it is not now because there are not the required sequential signals. And amazingly, I have it on the right window, so the right monitor. This is the degree of granularity or specificity that separates and that I believe is important for a back-tested system like this, because anybody could say, "Oh well, there we got it." They just ignore the signal, the previous bar, or the trigger. Yeah, we get the trigger. Ah, it's close enough. Let's take a trigger there. You know, I'm trying to completely eliminate discretion in this vetting process. Well, the vetting's pretty much over, but in the verification process of the signals, and certainly in the when I do the back test, it is absolutely off the table because the thing is all done by the computer. So boom, there you go. Well, I'm all excited. Here we got signals, we got B's, we got triggers. Oh. We don't have an A. We got a VPOC migration. That's got somebody all spooled up. Now we have... Mistake, sorry. I was just chatting with Rod about... he pointed out that the VPOC had migrated outside the IB low. I took a quick look at that and I thought, no, it hasn't. And then I realized he's looking at minis, not micros. It just now happened on the micro. So, yeah. I'm just doing all this crap. It did just migrate outside the IB. That's something that a lot of folks look for. This would be a signal to some of them. And ironically, it hasn't happened on the trigger chart yet. This yellow line is the POC. I keep this thing as, you know, clutter free as I can. Now I'm pretty puzzled as to why in the hell oh man, you know, So you see how complex, confusing, mixed signals can happen even in such a simple thing as this, is that I use, no indicators, no thousands of this, something else that. I have basic signals and lines, session prices, POC, VWAPs, and mids, right? That's it. And some of these folks that have 10,000, literally such a busy screen that I can't find the price action. I don't know how they do it. I'm not making any kind of derogatory statement or any commentary. I'm actually amazed that they can keep all of that stuff straight and be profitable about it. Just now, it migrated. Now we have just had the migration on IRT. Do you see what that is? This is the developing VPOC. This red boy line here is the VPOC, where it's set currently. This shows you where it's been. Now this just came down here. It just migrated down outside of the IB, and that's a important thing for some of the folks. And yeah, I'm gonna go. What was I gonna do here? 2:33, 38. Did I have something to decide? I did at 3:15 or 3:30, and I didn't do it. So I'll make it 3:38. So something's really important to realize or to understand. I think the most important critical go-no-go tool or hardware that you have in your trading desk, in your office, in your trading business is sitting on your side of the monitor. Think about that for a minute. Think about all the time we spend researching and money we spend buying monitors this and racks that and microphone something and mixer something else, and I've got this software and that software and this indicator and some other indicator and on and on and on. Your eyes and your brain take all that information in and make financial decisions that affect your life. The most critical and important thing to take care of, in my opinion, is you. Be well rested, be hydrated, good food, properly nutritioned, if that's even the right way to say it. Don't be on emotional tilt. Every few hours during the day, get up and go outside, get some R&R, get some fresh air, rest your eyes. We sit here staring at these screens, and the short focus muscles of our eyes are in constant tension. Squeeze your fists as tight as you can together and sit that way for 2 hours. And what happens with your hands? Tough. That's what you expect out of your eyes. In addition to the blue light and all the other crap that happens. So it's real important to get outside, get some natural light, soft focus down on the horizon. At the same time, get some exercise, go for a walk, whatever. In my case here, I have 2 standing desks in my office only. so I can step back and do squats while I'm watching the market or whatever else is going on. I have some dumbbells back there. I can, do those curls or something. And I got a pull-up bar in the door. Also, at least once during the day, around the midday, I try to get outside for a couple of 3-4 miles, exercise in an hour. Get some soft focus, natural light, and that's really important the older you get. So that's my grandpa lecture for you. Take care of yourself. Realize that that's the most important tool. I mean, it is. Think about it. You could throw all the crap you've got in your office in the garbage and have a trading business with your phone. But it's no matter what you get rid of, that you do or don't have, the one component you can't do without is you. Your eyes, your mind. It's important. Worth thinking about. Very definitely, in my opinion. So, I'm going to eat my own dog food here. It's Friday afternoon. I've had 3 trades, one error, 1 stop, 1 error, and 1 to more than usual targets. And here's a good. It doesn't fit any of my trading style or anything. I mean signals, but here we had the VPOC migration outside the IB. Some people would call that a signal, and they would take it short. They didn't get stopped out, just barely. Maybe use the IB for the entry. And now they're scaled. And almost to remember now, my price ladder's gotten all discombobulated here. There's 2.5 points per there we go. So there's a point. You did pretty well. You got scale. Let's say you're in at 80. You're scaled down here. There's 10 handles. That isn't the T2, but it's close. So yeah, that's maybe one to look at. Maybe one for you to look at. And I'm going to put this on. Come on, you goofy damn thing. Get up here. There we go. Market profile. Micro composite. NASDAQ and ES. All minis. Or micros, I'm sorry. Except the market profile is mini. I never changed it. I don't know why. Lazy, I guess. And here is the ES. Same exact tab setup, but for the minis. And that looks like it's all working out pretty good. So I will step away here now and see what kind of trouble I can get into. So keep your eye on random risk, right? The random risk band, and the Richard here in the stream has one. He came up with Agent Orange, nickname for Donald Trump, which is pretty pretty funny, I think. And so I sometimes refer to it as Agent Orange and the Random Risk Band. You know, it's can get boring here. So you got to make some make light of things when you can. We have just to go over stuff once again, news-wise. We got nothing upcoming. We've got Baker Who's rig count and stuff that isn't going to have much effect on us. What am I doing? I didn't want to do that. Oh, and here we are meeting with the Hungarian Prime Minister. So that we got. Oh, and we got our little. Well, it's only an hour. They're probably still talking, I guess. But be a little careful of random risk here. Some out of nowhere deal. And then we've got this Mirren fellow, young guy or something, really trying to get his name out there. I suppose he's been told to speak as much as he can and, you know, yeah, do what he wants, do what he says. One of the interesting things to me about this whole story with the Federal Reserve and Jay Powell and everybody is, first of all, it's unusual for me to see the President of the United States insulting the Fed chairman and, with real derogatory, kind of sophomoric, he's an idiot, he's stupid, he doesn't know this kind of stuff to say about the chairman of the Federal Reserve. And if that's not odd enough, Jay Powell is a lifelong card-carrying Republican and was appointed to the Fed chair by Donald Trump in the first term. I find that whole dynamic really weird. First, I think it's just so unprofessional and unpresidential to be calling names like some punk in the schoolyard, just insulting. And now they put Mirren or whatever his name is, Mirren in, who is an employee of the White House, still draws a salary from there. Trump had him put in there, and he just echoes all the contrary and negative points that Trump tries to make about the Federal Reserve. So that's a real weird state of affairs we're in here, I think. So, keep your eye open for random risk is the whole point of that story, I guess. It's weird, though, to me. I say there's so many pick something, it's like so many weird dynamics that I never thought would happen in my lifetime, and I don't know where to start. If you know what I mean. Like, where the hell do you start? So many crazy things. The president going on TV or something and just bald-faced lying, one right after another, and somebody's fact-checking, a senator is fact-checking him. No, that's a lie. That's not the truth. Just flipping him out there. It's so weird. And I don't get that whole thing. But a lot of people do get it, apparently. And I suppose that's really the secret. He's playing to the base. It's like reality TV, kind of, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go outside and get some fresh air, eat my own dog food, get a little bit of a walk in. I'll be monitoring the stream on my phone. So, if the world blows up, I'll be able to tell. Something may happen here pretty quick. Just look at where we are. We are right near all of these lows here. We could get a big flush out of this one if it gets much lower. And it seems like it is. I don't have any signals. I'm not going to take a trade. I'm okay. I'm up. I'm up 28 ticks. Certainly not anything to write home about, but it better than a sharp stick in the eye, I'll tell you that right now. And what's happening in Microville over here? Nothing. We didn't have any signals, as I didn't expect we would. We could come out and take this bottom out and just rip them a new one. But it's going to be doing that while I'm out on my walk. So, yeah, the music. Let's see what's going on with that. I got a few songs left on this thing here, whatever it is. Jazz, I guess, or something. What is this called? Sunny Day Jazz. Trying to find different playlists there on this epidemic thing, which I pay for. So, have a good one. Keep your powder dry. Manage your risk. Remember your goal, your mission as a trader is to preserve and grow by compounding your account. Does you no good to have a phenomenal strategy and you blow the damn thing up because you overtrade or whatever else, you know. You got to be able to trade tomorrow. Let's think about it, darling. Well, looky there. I don't even know what time it is. Oh, it's after 1. Okay, I guess I was gone the whole hour. I've got a long 3 or 4 miles there. Good. It's a beautiful day. It's 28C, which is about 79 for all you effers out there. uh, what do we have going on now? Well, we have a little VPOC migration thing here. I think I'm going to quit this. I've said this every day now. But now that I have Blue Boy on duty, I don't think I really need to have these flags. They don't serve the purpose I needed them to early on. You see what I was mentioned earlier. I used to keep this at 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the time scale. Well, how do you know where this was at all through the day? You don't. That's why I had these flags, which when I do the technique now, which is to keep the entire session in view, I think it's a lot more informative, A, and B, eliminates the clutter over here. So, got a lot to do this weekend. I've got to do some what-if testing on the back, with the back test stuff. Where am I now? 5 hours. Okay. A lot of what if things, optimize the strategy. I need to put my thinking cap on as to what the next strategy I should backtest would be. If you have any suggestions, drop them in the chat. Remember, I'm only in this for the likes and subs, so it would be really cool if you did both and put something in the chat. Where are you? What do you think about this? What are your suggestions for the next strategy that I vet? And yeah. Been pretty funny if we close the gap here today. Well, we're going to mess around and close the gap here pretty quick. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Who'd have thought, huh? Gap rules, finally. Well, that was fun. Had to rescue some guys with a baby on the way there. And okay, so they closed the gap. They closed the gap. Isn't that something? Looky there. I'm a son of a gun. Well, it's 2:30. I'm going to not get anything done that I needed to do as far as back testing. Have a great weekend. I'll do a recap, but it's probably not very meaningful at this point. See if I can. I guess maybe the recap is what it is, right? We opened in a gap, we traded way down, and eventually came back and closed the gap, which is pretty freaking phenomenal, and ended on a doji or whatever you call that thing. Pretty crazy, huh? Let's just go with let me stop sweating here for a second from being out there in the heat with those guys. And let me do a back testing recap because that was pretty successful today. You may or may not have been around. I had one trade on signal right there to a full stop. This was an error. An execution error. I used a left click rather than a right click, as I always describe when I'm talking about setting up the trade control panel in the active data column. I left clicked instead of right, so I got in a long rather than a short. Stupid. However, I know the minute I make a mistake, it's just fire right there and everything's done. And then the next signal fired for here. Got the risk neutral scale and for here, got the risk neutral scale and then extended all the way down. So we ended up today plus 28 ticks, all because of the back testing and knowing the rules. Ooh. They're cool together quick. Okay, so let's take a look at the back testing here. And I got to scoot right at 3 o'clock. We got to take our cats out to the vet, and we have to leave right here at 1500. So this won't be a prolonged wind up here. This is the ES now, not the MES. I want to point that out. This is the back test system. This is my trade system for the initial balance. Each one of these rules is required to assess, determine, and either enter an IB continuation off the IB high or an IB failure off the IB high, and the same two trades off the IB low. Now, how I determine whether the statistics, the rules are correct is to back test. And the way I do that is, and let me also say that this chart is not connected in any way to the trading system, except that these indicators which I've coded here and the signal markers which I put in this chart reflect exactly the rules or the signals that would fire in the trading system. If that's clear, I hope. And so what do? Set up the back test. So here's the ES, 2 contracts. I'll cut this short because I'm in a hurry. Let's look at 500 days. Okay, looking back over 500 trading days and evaluating every one of these rules over each 1 minute bar in 500 days of RTH session only. Sounds daunting, huh? Imagine if you tried to do that yourself by manually scrolling back on the charts or whatever else it is. And here's how you do it with a computer and a backtest engine. 493 days, 5 seconds. Each one of these rules was evaluated over each 1 minute bar over the last 493 trading days, and that is 217,980 bars, 1 minute candles. There's 715 trades. The rest of these metrics, here are the largest losing trade. This is incorrect. It should be $750. This is an error on the 1st of May, 2024. The system enters a short. It achieves T1, and rather than T2 firing, the market jumped so fast, it went over T2 and to the end of the day. Nice surprise if it was real, but it's not. So I know that, but that's immaterial in a sense in that because the expectancy formula uses average winner and average loser. So we have 360 wins and 353 losses. And I need to redo this. This system is now calculating based on this rules that I have. This is taking a 12 tick stop, a 24 tick T1, a 48 tick T2, and it's trailing when we get two. When we're in two, when we're up to 20 or 60 points, it's trailing. So this is not taking the normal risk neutral trade. This is taking a 24 tick T1 and a 48 tick T2 and a 12 tick stop. Okay, that's important. This is what I was doing last night, and I didn't have time to change this back now, but I wanted to go through this before the weekend for y'all here in the stream. So let's look at this the way I do it, which is this way. It's 500 days. There are total trades of 715. There are 360 wins. There's 353 losses. Oops. Average winner is 595. There are 353 losses, and the average loser is 296. Oh, what did I do here? I did something wrong here. There we go. So, this isn't a very good, I had determined last night, this isn't a very good back test because there's a 50% winners, 49% losers. It's about 50-50. Expectancy is $153 per trade. Profit factor is only 1.0. That's about right. And the R ratio, or risk to reward ratio, is 1 to 2. In other words, risking 1 to make 2. There's 430 total position trades because it's a 2 lot. T1 is 362, T2 is 360, and stops are 708. If you notice, these two will add up to this percentage. Okay, that's how I would do that particular one. Which is not particularly good in my opinion, but we can quickly change this, and we'll make our T2 stop right here. Yeah, this is now going to be risk neutral. Okay, I think this will work here. Let's just do this. Do this. Come on. Modify the rule. Save. And now let's look at it. Wow, it's hot out there. Helping that kid. I'm sweating all over the place. I need to shower again. This is a little better, huh? Or a little different, anyway. Come on. All right. Same story with May the 1st. Now we can do our expectancy and probability. We've got 500 trades. We've got 715. Yep. Only the difference is now 253 wins and 217 losses. What's the difference is going to be what? Can you imagine? Well, pretty obvious. It's going to be scratches. And we have 659. Well, let's call it 660. Rounding up, average win. Aha. 52% win rate, 47 loss rate, $206 expectancy, 2.23. And we have 498 T1s and 253 T2s and 679 stops. Those are values and numbers. You know exactly how you achieve those over what time frame and what your exact statistics are. So that's how I do the back testing. And I'm sorry to be in a hurry here, but you know, what can I do? Got to help a young neighbor, and then we got to get organized to scoot out to the veterinarian. Where are we? I'm guessing we're higher volume. Let's see. %154% volume. Yes, I guess we are higher, and we're at a 4-point RTH at this point in the day. This is a percentage average volume. This is percent over average volume at this time of day. This is our RT or our micros and the minis. And our old friend, the book map. Now, we're going to have the market on close orders at the top of the hour, so I'll just keep going with the daily recap here, kind of, I guess. There we go. Yeah, so let's look at the potential here. Investing.com again, my news source, free economic calendar. I like this presentation myself. Here's what's going to happen next week. Well, there's what's going to happen next week. Monday, we have nothing. We got the waste report. Tuesday, next to nothing. And Wednesday, we've got the MOPEC stuff and FOMC things, etc. No real economic numbers. Now we got core CPI, PMI, all dependent on if our friends come back to work. That's Thursday next week. Earnings are essentially wrapped up. So that's kind of pretty much sort of over with. Thank goodness. Not much in the way of earnings left. That's fine with me. And this again is investing.com. You can filter it to your country, your time zone, what reports you want, everything. And then we also have the other one is Financial Juice, which is a bit more of a squawk box over here. And our docket or our calendar over here. when we have the market on close and balance, they'll pop up over here. And let's keep an eye on it now. What are we going to get? They're taking it up even higher. We brought it back down to the open and turned it around. We're going to get back up towards settlement here pretty quick. What a day, huh? Talk about a rodeo. Oof. Baby. Wow. All right. So, what a Friday afternoon. Remember, you're the most critical thing you've got, or tool you have in your trading office or setup. So you need to take care of that. Get outside, rest your eyes, get some health, do some exercise, be rested, be hydrated, make sure if you're on tilt or not, That's way more important than monitors and software and charting packages. Believe me, way more important than setups. Believe me. Okay, now quick rinse off here. It's kind of warm. It's about 85 now. F, that's 29C. Doesn't take too long to break a sweat out in that sun working. Okay, 2 minutes to the MOCs, and then we'll have the top of the hour. And I hope you had a great week, a great weekend. The stream will be, I'll get the timestamps into the stream when I get back from the vet. But just if you're curious, the trades are at 1 hour and 55 minutes in for the T1. T2 is 2 hours and 1 minute in, just in case you care about going back and looking. The pre-market, of course, is the pre-market, and I will be back online. I'll be pushing the session prices from 1700 on Sunday afternoon or evening, continuously through Friday at 1600. If you could use the session prices, let me know, and I'm happy to share them. Put something in the chat and like and subscribe. Drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with these session prices, which I share free openly. And otherwise, I'll start to be back on the stream at 0800 Monday morning. Assuming it's not a holiday. I don't think it is. I haven't even looked, to be honest with you. Maybe. So we got about a half a minute for the market on close. It should pop up over here after a bit. And there we have it. Not much of a market on close there, but a little bit of movement. That's the market on close imbalance, order imbalance. Remember that futures are a zero-sum business. There's no possibility that there are more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers, because it is traded, they are traded as a contract between a seller and a buyer. The way price moves down is sellers cross the bid, across the market, and hit the bid. Price moves up when aggressive buyers come across the market and lift the ask. There can certainly be more resting liquidity on one side or the other, of course, but there can never be more buyers than sellers or more sellers than buyers. It is a physical, factual impossibility. In fact, if nobody is aggressive and doesn't cross the bid, cross the market one way or the other, the market would just sit there and they would not trade. That would be funny to watch, wouldn't it? Now we're not getting the imbalance here. And Monday we didn't get the market imbalance either, on close imbalance. It was Monday. I don't know. Who knows? So I'm going to be getting the cats all boxed up and ready to roll, and the kids and the cats and the dogs, and no dogs here, but everything else. Here at the top of the hour, and we're hitting the trail. So have yourself a great weekend. I'll get all the goodbye stuff out of the way now. Remember, markets or the streams up on at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's pretty funny. Huh. I mean, usually there's a little bit of a delay over here, but this is pretty extreme. And Monday, I guess it was Monday, maybe Tuesday, nothing. I don't know what that means, whether it just didn't get pushed to financial juice or there was no imbalance. I can't really believe that, but who knows, I guess stranger things have happened, I guess. All right, so take care of yourself. Get outside. Do something for your health. Get away from the screens for a few hours if you're going to do your homework. And remember, do your homework in the evening or the weekend, and balance your time. Work-life balance, really important. By all means, remember that you are the most critical and valuable piece of hardware in your trading office and world is your eyes and your mind, because you take in and process all of the data and all of the information, and you make financial decisions that affect you and your family. You want that to be working perfect. You don't want to have your computer with a bunch of spyware and malware and lagging and dragging and carrying on. You wouldn't put up with that. Well, don't put up with being on physical tilt and not well rested and not well hydrated, and, do some exercise. Same thing, same exact thing. Treat yourself as well as you do your monitors or your software or your computer, really. I'm quite pleased with the outcome of the week, and really pleased with the fact that now that I'm over the vetting on this IB trades, I can get on with the I can get on with trading as I did today. It was 3 trades or 2 and worked out fine. This is ticks, right? That was one trade, an error, and then another trade. Come on. So there was a full stop on the failure. This is a IB failure, full stop, an error, and then the trade to the profit target, and then some. Risk neutral, 2 lot, exactly as the book, taken directly from the rules and the trigger chart here, right? So, yeah, there you go. I'm liking that a lot. Got about 4 minutes left. I'm trying to find my Levi's here and do 2 things at once. We all know how well I multitask. I'll probably end up with my socks on my head and who knows what. All right. 3.5 minutes. Oh, Nick, hurt all over. What's going on here? There we go. Man, they're going to close it right on the highs too. That would, if this, well, woulda, shoulda, coulda. This is absolutely not a, not any kind of advice or a prophecy, but typically when we close absolutely on the high, the thinking is, you get to a better chart. You see where we are here in the market profile? See where we are here? We're going to close this day right on the high, at least the cash close. They may bring it back in the rest of the curve trade or the rest of the market. Remember, it officially closes 1600. What does that mean? That means that we haven't, typically that suggests that the auction isn't finished yet. The auction is interrupted because the bell goes, right? But I personally will expect unless they have some dramatic pullback between now and 1600, I personally will expect on Sunday night that this market is going to keep ripping to the upside because the auction's not finished yet. It's pretty simple. It's anything you think of that you like to do and everybody's having fun doing it, and everybody's at a dance and everybody's dancing and everybody's having fun, and boop, they cut the music. Well, what you kind of look around like, what the hell happened? Same idea. The auction is interrupted, and as a result, I would expect a continuation of this up move on, come on, you son of a gun, on Sunday. And we've got 30 seconds here till 1600. It's just phenomenal to me that we came all the way back across from hell and gone down there to the open and closed the gap and then some. We're getting damn near up to the close here. I could say something about the gap rules, but if you, there you go. There's the cash close. So you have yourself a great weekend. Take my advice. Get outside and do something for yourself, your health, your eyes, your well-being, your mind, your mindset. And you have a fresh opinion of the market when you come in, and think positive. And I'm going to go ruin Lucky's day because he hates going to the vet. And it's for nothing. They weigh him and look at him and go, "Oh, Lucky, you're big and fat," and give him a little bit of a shot, which I don't think they even feel. He hates being in the car. He meows and cries the whole damn way. Don't ask me why. Okay. Have a great weekend. It was a good day. I will update the time frame when I can, when I'm back. And yeah, I'm happy. I'm excited about life and trading here. Everything's going good this week. I'll be probably moving to minis next week, I suppose, back to the minis. Now everything seems to be pretty square with IRT and the live account. This is live account, by the way, of course, live account funded by me. AMP brokerage.